Okay. And last about the party, we were in the Hero's Shrine. I also noticed they actually show you how many battles you have left in the upper right there. Didn't notice that last night. Good morning, Takoida. Good morning, Yura. Good morning, Roman Cure. Good morning, Mr. Von Falkenstein. Stat boosting items are a common feature in many RPGs. However, many players have a tendency to hoard items that they discover instead of using them. Solution? Make the stat burst occur automatically once you discover it. I admittedly have never run into that problem, but then again, I play Dragon Quest games. Also party-wide, that is nice. Instead of just one person, like in Dragon Quest. Good morning, Simple Gamer. Good morning, Anosians. Good morning, Talmarid. I have used 2 potions, thank you very much. Hey, Fife. Good morning. Yeah, there's a weirdly large amount of what I can only refer to as good design decisions in a game that's, well, this. Good morning, Lightball. I don't know if I mentioned it on camera, but every walkthrough I found, all 2 of them, all suggested the same thing. Make sure to max out your battles for every area. I'm not sure what I think of that. That actually makes me wonder if they balance the difficulty curve around doing 25 combat. Or 25, yeah, 25 combat, I'm right. It is fast, although I should probably mention that I am actually reading most of this. And using Insanity, of course. Well, no, it's still infinite experience. It's just you have to go out of your way to procure it once you get to the 25. Did I already check out how? Okay. Never mind. Where I came from. I do like the Insanity mechanic. I do like the MP mechanic. In fact, I like a lot of the mechanics. I do think the encounter rate is way too high, but then again, I think about every JRPG. Except FF9, where it's too low. One of the many ways that Cthulhu Saves the World is better than Breath of Death 7 in the beginning is its inclusion of genre-defying puzzles. A locked door and a switch to unlock a door. Genius! So let's see what happens when we hit 25, because we are about to. And yeah, remember too, Von Falkenstein, the overworld map gave pittance experience compared to the stuff in dungeons. That doesn't actually say anything. I was wondering if there'd be a pop-up. Hey, you're out of dungeons. Or you're out of encounters, rather. No, you get to enjoy the song. By what metric, Kira? You mean, like, regardless of usefulness? Just in terms of how good it looks? The song hasn't even looped yet. I'm surprised. Yeah, no, we pulled a switch, and I've been trying to find the way down to that spot where we pulled the switch for ever since we pulled the switch. And there's the loop. I would say that Guild Wars 2 and Oblivion both have, this is the beginning of the dungeon, have better aesthetics for the map for me personally. Okay, so we have completely swept this floor, so it is up. I gotta remember how to get back up now. What I find funniest is the 2 walkthroughs I found for this game. Both pretty much just go, yeah, so this place is a maze. When you get to the end, here's the boss. And it's like this is true for every dungeon that they cover. It's like, yeah, it's a dungeon, and then here's the boss. And it's like, okay. Just as well. Most walkthroughs I find wouldn't know how to describe how to go through a dungeon if their life depended on it. A lot of bridges. We're not taking a drink every single one of these. That's crazy. God damn it. Okay, so there's the way up. So I need to get there. We absolutely are running in circles. I was just... Well, no, okay. Maybe... We need to be on the upper layer. So naturally we're now on the lower layer. It's right there! Okay. We need to go under that bridge. Got it. Listen, Von Falkenstein. You want to hack? Let me go to the YouTube comments so I could delete it. Please. Not in the mood for hackling today. I've already filled up my heckling quota for the day. Just the usual, Dakota. Really. Just the usual. So was it on the same floor? Did I go all the way back down for no reason? I'm gonna laugh. What? No, that's right. Yeah, no, the only way forward is this way. Okay. Well, narrow corridor and all that. But the thing is, yeah, this leads to the switch. So the way up is on the previous floor down, which is what I thought originally, which is why I started backtracking originally, until I never found it and ended up back at the beginning of the dungeon. So we need to backtrack one floor to this floor and figure out the way up. Somehow. Here. That crazy Norse. Sharp was originally going to fly around in the air, but his sprite sliding on this blade was just too funny, so we went with that instead. Look at that huge sword!
Wielding a sword that big would prove to everyone I am a true hero. I must have it.
Cthulhu reaches for the sword, but before he touches it, the sword comes to life! Being of darkness, your dark lamb, me? On guard. Stop! Cthulhu's a good guy now.
Not exactly a good guy, but I am trying to be a hero. Never mind the reason.
Is this true? Then I owe you an apology. Allow me to offer you my services. Not as a weapon, as an ally. The Master Sword, Sharp, has joined your party. Yay! A new friend!
Yes! More power!
Let's celebrate by partying at the cafe. An excellent idea, young lady. No need to backtrack through the dungeon. Just open up the main menu and select teleport. Oh, so we can teleport through dungeons. Interesting. And useful. Well, now we have a sword in the party. Yo ho ho. I mean, I have been grinding Blade to all. Not really intentionally, just kind of a consequence of the game. I'm sorry, Sharp. This cafe has a strict ban against sentient swords policy. But party! Sorry. Now I have you all to myself. Oh, God. Umi. So tell me all about yourself. What kind of foods do you like? Do you have any hobbies? Am I your type? You do have blue hair. Do you like rainbows? What do you do under the sea in Rylea? Rylea? God, I don't know. Do you have a pet squid?
Where's that barkeep? Cthulhu demands a big, foamy mug of milk. Oh, did you say something?
Pay attention when I'm speaking to you. Just then, a man bursts through the door. The city of Dunwich has been... Dunwich? Has been overrun by undead monsters. Are there any dudes bad enough to rescue the city? No one's gonna get that reference. Don't be ridiculous.
This is just the chance I've been waiting for. Surely saving an entire city will qualify me as a hero.
But how'd you get here? The bridge between Miskatonic and Dunwich has been broken for ages. I fixed it on my way here. To reach Dunwich, just head south. Please, noble squid-faced man, save our city.
Consider it saved. Let's move on.
I'm so sorry, Crazy Norse. Let's try United Attack. Of course, Total Biscuit would be one of the people who would pluck this game. Why would that not surprise me? Man was a legend. I will say this game is probably not going to get the viscerality positive because, well, I mean, those are the animations for the spell effects. Cthulhu, Umi, and Sharp arrive at the city of Dunwich, discovered it is indeed infested with undead monsters as far as the eye can see. Let's kick some zombie butt. We can do this. Let us give these unholy monstrosities their just desserts. Let's go.
Oh, please. A zombie is a noble creature, free of sanity, enjoying every whim that comes to it. Although we may have to kill some zombies to free this town, I will not authorize killing any more than is necessary. Do you hear me?
Okay. Showing mercy even to monsters. Perhaps I have misjudged you.
I just like insane things. Is that a problem?
Of course not. Onwards to save the city and the zombies. But... all my games today have featured zombies in a prominent role. Breath of Death 7 and Molly the Were-Zombie, both of which are zombies of compatible characters, or hybrid zombies in the case of Molly. There's Epiphany in Space, where one of the storylines focuses on a zombie-like race, and of course there's this game, where an entire dungeon is focused on zombies. What's next for Zeboid Games? Is it another zombie game? Stay tuned! Aren't they making another game, like, right now? The zombies are having too much fun dancing to pay attention to me. No, after Cthulhu Saves Christmas. Like, again, now. Not, you know, however many years ago. 30 battles for this area. Holy crap. Adventurers come to save us. Praise the heavens. You want to make your way to the eastern part of the city. That's where the creature that started this whole mess is.
The creature that started this whole mess! Did you get a good look at it?
It was an ugly monstrosity, very chaotic, sprawling about.
Nyarlathotep. Oh my god.
Nyarlathotep. There we go.
My old nemesis. This should be a fun fight.
Oh, and I turned the difficulty down, Blade to answer your question. I realized that I kind of didn't care about difficulty. So... Any questions? A zombie tunic. Will minus 9,999. Let's not do that. Thank you, Judo Joker. Always. Much appreciate. And I will go ahead and jot that down for... Oh my god, I don't have the document. Hang on. We actually already have Crazy Norse. Although I don't blame you for missing it. Because again, there's not really any spell effects. Hey, Dark Day. I assume you've been having fun with it. Because if you haven't... Speaking of which, I hope your eyes are recovering as smoothly as they can, Crazy Horse. So, Seek and Destroy, Siphon Filter, Omega Strain, and Cyberpunk. You got it. I'm definitely not delaying just so we can hear the full combat song. Definitely not what I'm doing. Thank you, Dark Day. Very, very much. And yet, none of that's going towards Yakuza. What the hell? I'm shocked, sir. Shocked! So, Doom Block, Dragon Quest XI, and something. I think... I don't remember what the Yakuza games are on the list. If only there was a way to check the list. Some kind of... I don't know. online interconnected network of some kind. I can't leave my flock, even if they've been turned into mindless zombies. It's okay, I understand that I am just that terrible, Warcraft Code. I comprehend. You know, I should make one of those newfangled websites. I hear they're all the rage with the kids these days. My brother said he'd be back soon. What's taking him so long?
Actually,
I'm sure he'll be back soon, little one. Don't you worry. We should make a donation goal. Lore actually makes a website. The lazy bum. Oh, thank you for the bits, Darkday. With that $1, I am now finally capable of making a website. And done! There it is. It's there. You can just go to it right now. Why is there a water wheel there? I have spies everywhere, Warcraft Code. Just like you. Let the music play. Yes to both of those things, Warcraft Code. But it is interesting to think about. Oh god, it's a Death Leader! Ah, here, just for you. You ready for this, Crazy Horse? Here it comes! There you go, that's your Unite attack. The other Unite attack is a single target, so we'll do that on the boss. I mean, a good epilogue map is a good thing to have in a lot of games. So. Used to sell drinks, but given the circumstances, selling weapons seems a better idea right now. Oh, good. Let's get rid of this. A very minor complaint. But it would be nice if we could equip stuff in the shop rather than having to pop out to do it like I just did. Having said that, I do very much appreciate that they actually figured out how to do item comparisons in a game like this. Usually item comparisons are through mouse overs, but obviously there's no such concept here. So being able to say, hey, and just hit left control to compare and contrast, and even says currently equipped right there. Props. That is what we call hopium, Warcraft code. No offense. But you're completely insane! Any questions? I think I missed a treasure chest. Hey, Noctis. How you doing? That's a good point. We are all making sure Cthulhu is nice and happy today. Although I'm not sure I would call zombies insane. More like no sane. No anything. Well, that's an interesting question. What's the difference between copium and hopium? Because, no, actually, no, it's easy to define. Hopium is hoping that something good will happen. Copium is hoping something bad won't happen. So I guess in this case, that would actually be both, wouldn't it? Either way, thank you for being part of the show, Noctis. And, of course, you can put that towards 3 things, not just 1. So when you've decided on all 3, let me know. Listen, all I'm saying, Warcraft code, is that someday we might actually get a good Warcraft game that isn't WoW. But I highly doubt it. After all, they just fired, like, how many people? That's true, so that means the brilliant story of Warcraft Rumble is on Metzen's head, Warcraft code. Hello, Dragon Player. We have gone through 11 battles already, just wandering around. Remember, 3 things, Crazy Norse. 3 things. I actually just said this. Yeah, I'll be honest. I'm not a big fan of the such and such should be illegal concept. But can we make Mobage illegal? October is the name of our goth necromancer. Too obvious? How about Umi, ocean in Japan, for the ocean-loving heroine. Ember for the fire dragon. Sharp for the sword. Paws for the cat. Hitting a bunch of random keys for the priest. Yeah, naming stuff isn't my thing. You find a young woman fighting for her life against a group of zombies. Oh no, we have to rescue her. Fireball! Bride zombie. Well done, zombie. What? Cthulhu? Why am I still sane? Oh, don't worry about that. He's one of the good guys now. That's pretty awesome how you burn those zombies. Most impressive, young lady. I could use a mage of your considerable talents. What do you say? Me? I'd be honored to serve you, Dark Lord. Dark Lord? She is obviously a practitioner of the dark arts, and as such, knows all about me. Yes, I'm October, a necromancer. When I heard about the zombie uprising, I came here immediately. Unfortunately, my power is too weak to take control of this many zombies. I'd wager it's no ordinary necromancer who has created the chaos here. No, I imagine it's the deity Bob who is behind this. A deity? Have no fear. Bob is not but a fly compared to my awesome power. A power that will even be greater with a talented necromancer at my side. It's a pleasure to meet you all. October has joined the party. I sense a powerful force in the eastern part of the city. For Nemragan! October, how'd you get to become a necromancer? It's just sort of runs in the family. Plus, with my name being October, it just felt right to get involved in the occult. Becoming something because of your name? I wonder what that's like. I mean, that seems to be the direction we're going, Dakota. Let's see. To the moon. Finding paradise. Hey, look. RPG Maker games. and Imposter Factory. Thank you for being part of the show, Annunciants. Crusaders also get putting towards Fantasy Star 2 and Suikoden to your Chris. These are all great picks, but could you pick like a good game, Crazy Norse? I'm sorry. I had to get one snark in there. Just the one. Not under the current system, Dakota. But yes. I think we also have streamed Finding Paradise. Pretty sure. Hang on. Okay, Stranger Paradise, Monster Hunter World. And Age of Empires block. It just, the moment I saw Cthulhu, that voice just rose up through my throat without me really deciding that was his voice. I think it's destiny that Cthulhu now sounds like a gnome or a Ferengi. I want my mommy. Mommy will be back soon, dear. Sure. I can't do Zoidberg, unfortunately. A friend of mine could do Zoidberg, but not me. Okay, what do you have? No techniques. Yeah, Fireball, Dark Blast, and Quake! And Dark Blast apparently is an insanity attack. This is apparently just turn-in coins day. Stranger of Paradise, Epic Battle Fantasy 5, FF16. And thank you for being part of the show, Blade. Hang on. Dark Spiral is our new Unity attack here. Which also is an AoE Insanity, by the way. That's strange, Crazy Horse. Do we need to get you a new mouse? Is that what this is? I was just finished paying off this out. There's no way I'm leaving now, even if the city's infested with zombies. You know, hashtag relatable. But you'll die. Yes, I'll die in the house that I own. God damn it. So, I didn't really explain earlier, one of the reasons I like the fact that quick battles give you more MP back is it's actually part of a feedback loop. A reinforcement loop, specifically, is what that's called. It's where you are encouraged to do something because you are then rewarded for doing it, which allows you to do it more. In this case, you get to cast more, or are encouraged to cast more, rather than sitting on your MP waiting for a boss fight, because you know you're going to get more MP back by virtue of having killed quicker. It's still not a complete recovery, but it does help push players out of that, you know, hold on to it kind of mentality. It's pretty clever. See around Warcraft code. Get out of here. Go yell at my dog. That doesn't exist. I don't even have a dog plushie. I have no dogs of any kind. you know how chat is. I kind of wish we had memory cursor. Slightly better tunneling and drilling, but... Or... Yeah. Sure, now we get a poison ability. Yeah, I feel like I've seen this before, and for the life of me, I haven't been able to put a finger on what game I've seen that does that mechanic. I almost want to say one of the Star Oceans, but that sounds wrong. And apparently, I'm just wrong about everything today. Also known as a Tuesday. Oh, that's cute. Well, yeah, several games have that feature too, where the only way to get back MP is white damage. And then white damage feeds yellow damage, and that's another good example of a reinforcement loop. Can we not go through the grass? That's a good point. The Dark Lord doesn't even have a shirt on. Those grass stains will never come off. And they'll get all itchy and, that just feels awful. Zombie Cop has an ability called Police Brutality. I just wanted you to know that. The only way to go forward. Yeah, I know you're in there somewhere inside. How do you know? Because they're oppressing a black guy. Almost through all 30 battles, and I have not been grinding, I've just been lost. As usual. I do find it interesting how in every character's case they have stat ups that can increase their magic ability or their physical ability. So you're pretty much always choosing between those two for your setup. Or you could kind of go middle of the road, which I'm of course not doing. But if this just leads over here, what's the... I've got to be missing something really obvious. That's always what it is. There's always something dumb and obvious I'm missing. There's no such thing as an actually difficult puzzle. Just me being a moron. Yeah, no, I need to get to the bridge to the right. I'm still trying to figure out how to get over there. Okay. Oh, Cthulhu's finally out of MP. That took a minute. I had someone tell me this morning that there's no reason to watch my video of Ruiner, because Mandalore Gaming already covered it. Not that I could ever, of course, you know, own up to that level of quality, because Mandalore Gaming is hilarious. But that was an interesting thing to wake up to. Like, because the message was very clear. It was, why bother doing anything when other people have already done it better than you? Speaking of which, I forgot to update the next code. I mean, apparently, Crazy Norse. That appears to be the vibe. Oh, let's just get our last battle out of the way so I can just figure out the way through this dungeon the old-fashioned way. Okay, so how the hell do I get over there? This is just through the homeowner lady. Mandalore Gaming. Someone can link it in chat if you want to right now. He's a good YouTuber. He does good stuff. Although, one of the things I find amusing is that he tends to focus on horror games. So, he's actually a good compliment if you actually, you know, want to watch him and me, because I will avoid those games like the plague. He's also pretty much the reason I became aware of Total Warhammer 3. I will say, and this is going to sound like an old man speech, because it kind of is, it feels weird to see people who are big YouTubers who I've been following since they weren't. And all of these people started after me. There's another example, Josh Stripe. He's actually a relatively new YouTuber, you know, on the scene, and he does good stuff. Let's go up here. Yeah, exactly, Von Falkenstein. It's kind of weird to think about. Hell, even Lore Reloaded, he's newer than me, too. Most people are newer than me. I've been doing this for over a decade. I'm just counting tiles at this point because it seems like this is a perfectly crafted wall to not be able to get past. There's nothing but grass on the right side, and there's building, obviously. There's grass below me, tree to the right me, grass. I'm sorry, what gray line? Unless you mean this. In which case, yes. Or... I'm not sure what else you would mean. Hi, Jalito. Again, grass stains, shirtless, makes sense. So zombie, 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 car, zombie, zombie, zombie. Zombie, 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 zombie. Car, zombie, zombie. Yeah, there's just this wall. Okay. Pretty sure I know the answer to this, but let's do something here really quick. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Yeah, by the way, this actually isn't an RPG Maker game, if you believe it. It certainly has that vibe, but it actually isn't. It's always something dumb and stupid. You know, earlier the game designer popped in to be like, hey, we put, you know, a save point before each boss to make sure that the players would save before each boss. But, you know, there's actually another reason to do that. Even if you have the ability to save anywhere, the benefit of... Oh, wow. The benefit of a save point is that it tells the player there's about to be a boss battle. So they can prep, so they know that it's coming, instead of trying to drop it on them. You can also then play with it. You know, if you want to have a surprise boss, you don't have a save point. Or you can have a save point where there is no surprise boss, right? It gives you tools that you can use, narratively, in addition to gameplay-wise. The alternative, of course, is Breath of Fire 3, which was a decent game, but had way too many boss fights out of nowhere. Thank you, Comrade Keel. I appreciate it. Let's see. I am honestly amused we ran into the 30 encounter cap this quickly, by the way. Just raced through it. Oh, and for those of you curious, we can just hit this button and spawn an encounter randomly. I didn't show this off earlier, but... So we could keep leveling if we really wanted to. Yeah, no, I like the idea of an encounter cap. I do. It gives the developer a nice beeline of this is roughly the level the player should be. And it means that once the player hits it, like we have done in 2 dungeons in a row, you can just roam and explore without fear. Personally, I prefer having a toggle for encounters like the recent Pixel remasters have, or Bravely Default, but it's still a good thing. When I was playtesting this dungeon, I discovered a horrible mistake. There weren't enough random encounters. Turns out the random encounter step count was resetting every time the player switched maps. Switching maps happens frequently here with all the buildings that the player needs to go through. In its earlier form, you could go through the entire city with only running into a couple of battles. Rather than reprogram the whole thing, I just lowered the required count to run into an encounter in this one dungeon. If you walk back and forth, you'll get into battles much more frequently here than in other dungeons, but if you go explore normally, the rate's about the same due to the map switching. Interesting bug. Makes sense, though. A lot of games, especially older JRPGs, design encounter rates and encounter based on zones. Based on, there's a term for that, cells, based on cells. Oh yeah, no, absolutely, Blade Jamal. I do appreciate. So, there's our boss fight. Well, we're about to be in a boss fight. Originally, we were going to have 2 versions of the city, one with zombies and one without. In the end, creating 2 versions of the city was more work than I wanted to do, so I came up with the idea of the zombies turning good instead of disappearing. We saved a lot of time, and I think the story ended up being funnier this way anyways. Cthulhu! Wait, I need a villain song, or voice. Oh, Cthulhu! What have you done here? Nope, I'm too dry. I'm too dry. Sorry. What are you doing here?
I'm here to be a true hero.
What? I thought you were one of us. Not anymore.
It's a long story.
You're not one of us. I'll do my worst. Zombies, attack!
You've tortured these poor zombies and humans long enough. Your wickedness ends today.
You know, I never liked you, Cthulhu. Die. Boss fight. So first of all, let's turn Nylar. That's insane. Agreed, prisoners. Actually, let's do this. 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 Okay, we turned Nylar insane. As you do. What does that have to do with anything, Star Wars? I'm not sure if Breath of Death 7 is actually their first. It might be their first, like, published, or their first large-scale publisher, however you want to think of it. You know, the first one that would hit Steam, essentially. No, so what was being said, Star Wars, is that this would be a good game for a beginner from an educational developer commentary perspective. In other words, if you're wanting to get into game design, this would be a good game to play with the commentary on. No, impossible. My name is longer than yours. I must be more powerful.
Pitiful Bob, accept your defeat with dignity.
The miraculous transformation begins. The zombies are free from Bob's control and are now the fun-loving monsters that Cthulhu always knew they were. We did it! Victory pose. The day has been saved, thanks to Cthulhu. Cthulhu gained 10 hero points, but is still not a true hero. Later that night, everyone celebrates at the local bar with a foamy mug of milk. The next day, Cthulhu and his group leave to the eastern city of Dunwich. What new adventures will await them in the dreaded Ghost Forest? Press on, brave Cthulhu! talk to him now? Nope, there's just... Yeah, delicious milk. To the evil forest. In Breath of Death 7, we tied random encounter steps to maps and locations. In Cthulhu Saves the World, we did things a little differently. In Dungeons, it would determine the monster setup based on how many battles you had already fought. You had already fought there, so the monster groupings get more difficult later on. On the world map, we don't look at location at all outside of the tile you're standing on. Instead, we look at how far you are into the story and select an appropriate group of foes based on that. Speaking of which, try fighting a battle in the swamp near the end of the game for a Breath of Death 7's throwback. That's actually pretty clever. If you're not familiar with it, most older JRPGs did encounter design purely based on, like, they would paint an area. And it would say, this area, Zone 37, has these encounters. And there's a benefit to doing that kind of manual design, but it also has a lot of detriments, including a lot of extra work. And yeah, it is a solution to the JRPG overworld problem, exactly. Yeah, exactly, Blitterville. Of course, the benefit would... Well, I guess I shouldn't say the benefit. There's benefits and detriments to both methods, is really all I'm trying to say there. I also noticed that for these random dungeons, the encounter cap is much lower. 10 in here, for example, instead of 30. I also notice it has the common bug of a lot of games where if a specific event is called that has a sound file attached to it, it just plays a sound file for each of those events, which can lead to the sound being too loud problem. Like that. Yeah, she's our trash sweeper. Apparently. Nice. The sword, near as I can tell, does nothing. No, seriously, he's kind of crap. So, obviously, Cthulhu has combo builders and combo finishers. He's pretty, average, but still useful. She's a healer who also has AoE spells and cleanses and debuffs. God, I can't talk. He has... I guess he has Death Blow. So he's got some decent single target stuff. And self buffs. Yeah, I was gonna say, I think that's exactly what the sword is there to do. To be a combo booster. And she's an AoE powerhouse. October. As you pull your treasure out of the chest, the guardian of the swamp appears, the dreaded fire whale. Question. Oh, God. Yeah, no more radioactive whales today, this week. Please. Yeah, no, I agree with that sentence, Crazy Norse. It died to the poison. That's funny. You'll notice it is avoiding, for the most part, the game is avoiding the backtracking through dungeons problem. Like, we finished the one dungeon, it just teleported us to town, and the previous dungeon to that, and the dungeon after that, once you escape the dungeon, the only way to go is forward. Because the game is kind of pushing you forwards. Optional dungeons notwithstanding. I wish I had a world map, but whatever. Hey, Woo. What is up? Oh my god, there actually is a battle counter on the overworld. We have 192 battles left on the overworld. In an early build of the game, there was a bug that let you skip this dungeon. The inside of the ghost forest on the world map didn't have proper obstruction mapping, so you could enter the forest dungeon from the south side, immediately exit, walk through the forest on the world map, and enter the north entrance, and immediately exit the whole thing. Needless to say, we fixed this before release. Yeah, that's actually really common. It's easier than you'd think, or I guess I should say harder than you would think, to make sure everything flows in one direction in games like these. Usually requiring testing and manual oversight. 30 battles here. What is this place? A cult worship site. We should be on our guard. But they worship Cthulhu, right? We should be safe, right? No, not necessarily. Cultists aren't known for being reasonable. No comment. They will probably attack everyone on sight, even their own god. They have some weird followers. You're telling me? The Ghost Forest dungeon is constructed in a way different than any other location in the game. Instead of strictly using our normal tile system, here trees are pasted directly onto certain locations. The whole process required a lot of annoyingly difficult custom code to get working correctly, and the end result wasn't any better looking than the other dungeons, so we're definitely not going to do that again. Interesting. Ah, they're fine, Trihexia. They're cultists. They don't have a brain. Just like the zombies, which don't have a brain. Oh yeah, speaking of which, bridge and bridge. Bullwhip. Oh yeah, speaking of which, should I write that down? Let me double check. I did. Cool. I mean, I should probably mention that I'm kind of racing through the battles, but at the same time, there is no battle speed setting that I'm aware of, so this is just normal battle speed. Please correct me if I'm wrong here. These battles remind me of half-minute hero in a good way. There's an encounter, and it's done. Good afternoon, Jay Palmer. Hopefully your day is going well. I wonder what the level cap is in this game. Listen, don't worry. Nobody notices sound design, so you can skimp on it, and nobody will be able to tell. Uh-oh, cultists! For some reason, they want to paint everything blue. Hey, let's see if we can get that chest. Easily and effortlessly. God dang it. Not quite, J. Palmer, but I'm getting there. He's new here, Blateville, don't mind him. There's also that one guy who's learning how to whistle. Blue, blue. So it costs 15 mana to do that AoE attack, and we're gaining back 9. So there's roughly your ratio. I would never make a Earthbound reference on this stream, woo. Never! So this round we can't do that, for example. I believe Omori is on the list. I could be wrong about that. It's a chip horde. Hold on, what? My love of killer squirrels comes particularly from my past experiences with a certain collectible card game. And partially because my wife is positive that squirrels are the most evil type of creatures in existence. I mean, honestly, speaking as someone who has had experience with them both in gardens and in mobile homes, yeah, squirrels are awful. Screw 'em. Yeah, Squirrel Deck was actually pretty mean. Legitimately. Weirdly, but legitimately. That's a good question, Crazy Horse. I don't think I have an answer for you, though, admittedly. I will say I think the dungeons in this game are a little too long, but that's entirely because I'm a moron. And that's not really fair to the game. But that's also been true for every single dungeon so far. Like, the fact that I have been unintentionally naturally hitting the encounter cap each dungeon is certainly indicative, I think. Oh, sure, J. Palmer.
So you see, once upon a time I was ready to destroy the entire world. Then some jackass sealed away all my power. Now I have to become a true hero to get my power back. And only then will I be allowed to finally fulfill my unending dream. The dream I've had since I was but a boy. The dream of seeing the entire world dissolve into a gibbering mass of flesh and terror. Someday.
Wow. Yeah, Squirrel deck was a well-known pseudo-joke deck. And I say pseudo because it was actually pretty viable. Hilariously. It was always wonderful when you beat someone with a squirrel deck. Then again, one of the things my friend used to do is he used to beat people with mosquitoes. That sounds like a joke. But no, mosquito deck was mean. Oh my god, Woo. Get plenty of gold, at least. Eternus, what the hell? We need to have a chat. We talked about this, Eternus. Bridge. 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 Good morning, Eternus. What are you doing? Explain yourself, sir. I hope the exams are going well. I mean, honestly, I think it has become a bit of a joke, regardless of my own personal joke on the matter. Oh, boss fight. What manner of beast is this?
The 8th Princess! Don't let the princess title fool you. This is one princess you do not want to date.
Speaking from personal experience, Cthulhu? Grr. Behold, the 8th Princess. For some reason. I just need a few more bridges. I do like burying people in donuts. I mean, princess usually implies a female, so I'm assuming female. think it's just a really big mouth, Jahexia. And thank you, Eternus, very much. Always appreciate. I do hope your exams do go well. Because if they don't... For real, I hope they go very well for you. 16, Armored for 6. Age of Sail. Also notice the sword has a better death blow than Cthulhu does. Cthulhu's also dead. Like you do. Why are you not dead yet? Holy crap. The Mist Wolves were like, nah, no, we're good, dude. Yes, we finished Ruiner. The VOD's already up. A massive epilepsy warning and loud noises warning and color warning and camera nausea warning and shaking, flashing lights warning, and I think that's everything. Also gore and horror separately. Oh, I had a really bad headache. I had to lay down after that game. Part of the reason we're not that far into this is I had to take an hour. Now, I don't mean like take my usual hour break. I mean I had to just lay down for an hour. It was pretty bad. I honestly recommend skipping it to basically everyone. I even put a warning up on the VOD just to be like, hey. Okay, we killed one of the ads. There. Jesus. I mean, that's actually exactly what I'm expecting to have happen here, Crazy Horse. This is the last boss did. Good morning, Bragwin. Hope you're doing well today. I mean, if they were given more than 3 weeks to make the story, yeah, probably. You heal all your HP at the end of every battle, but not your MP, Star Wars. It's actually quite clever. Funny, I was doing the same thing this morning, Braven. Let's do one more round of combo building before we move on. That was 2,800 damage, in case you missed that. And yes, I know the next thing isn't quite up to date. It's definitely already fixed, it's just... You know what, here, I'll restart the bot just for you. Just for you. Close down the bot. Close down the bot. There we go. Oh, hey, we hit the end. Okay, now the bot's broken. Cool, no bot. I blame Eternus for breaking the bot forever. How dare, sir. The Ape Princess hits like a truck, too. They do, Dakota, because they get the order of events is they get healed to full, then the experience comes through. Was that thing just was that thing that just tried to kill a seriously ex-girlfriend of yours?
Girlfriend, no! We had dinner once or twice. It was nothing.
Watch out, Umi is seriously angry.
Let's hurry out of this forest to the next town.
The Ape Princess is one of the more obscure Lovecraftian references in the game. I love how the monster art for the Ape Princess doesn't look anything like a princess. There we go. Bot's back. Welcome to Providence, birthplace of H.P. Lovecraft, whoever that is. The town of Providence lies beyond the Ghost Forest. We should probably make that our next goal. I guess. I threw a ball in this well and still haven't heard a sound. This well must be crazy deep. I wish I had my ball back. Why did I throw my sole source of entertainment into a stupid well? If you go around the lake, you can find a ranch with a crazy old kook who thinks aliens are abducting his cows in a plot to take over the world. Ugh, isn't that just the craziest thing? You should check it out. If there really is an alien invasion, you could become a true hero by foiling it. Yeah, stop killing the poor innocent bots, Eternus. The giant walking sword. Get it away from me! We have a ruler of insanity and she picks the sword to be afraid of. Don't worry, I still think you're terrifying.
I don't need your pity fear.
Poor Cthulhu. I love to read. What's your favorite book?
Yeah,
Huh?
you should read it sometime.
Yes, J. Palmer. Hey, Ross. Yes, Bragwin. Well, the good news is we're not playing Shadows Overloading. Oh, wait, no, we are playing Shadows Overloading. Sorry. I doubt there's going to be spittoons, though. I'm going to laugh if there are. Fine. Hey, Mr. Red. Okay. I love the sound of ocean waves, as do I.
This isn't the ocean, folks. Trust me. I lived there for countless eons.
See, that would drive me insane, Ross. Alona Lena grew up here. She was such a cute little girl. Now here she's running in a band of heroes looking for some magical crystals to save the world. Maybe we should go on a quest to gather magical crystals. It's what all the cool heroes are doing.
Ah, been there, done that. Crystals are overrated. Pass.
If you go around... Oh, I already read that. The other day I saw some strange lights above the ranch on the east side of the lake. I hope nothing untoward has happened to the rancher. Sorry, but a fine establishment has a strict no shirt, no service rule.
No shirt can contain the awesomeness that is Cthulhu!
Not that I can think of, J. Palmer, no. Good morning, Luke. Did I already go up here? Yes, I did. No.
He's for Numragan,
Mr. Red.
or a Ferengi, because he needs his beetle stuff.
Take your pick. The Itozumaki stew here is incredible. I never thought I'd be a fan of giant mutant snails, but they taste so good. The Itozumaki monster name comes from the name of a Japanese horror manga writer, Junji Ito, best known for his Uzumaki series. Junji Ito has acknowledged Lovecraft as one of his influences, so it seemed appropriate to me to give him a nod in our Lovecraftian RPG. Oh, time to go around the lake. Those blasted aliens keep stealing my cows. Luckily, I have a good supplier who keeps replacing them for me, but it's getting annoying. Aliens? Ridiculous.
I wouldn't be so sure. I'm an alien myself. We should investigate.
Moo. You take a look at the cow. A tractor beam appears and pulls the cow into the air. It can't be. A tractor beam appears and pulls you into the air. Ah! I'm too young to die.
This is kind of fun.
Inside the alien ship, a green cat-like creature approaches.
I have been waiting for you, Cthulhu. Pause! Long time no see. How's life on your home planet of Ulthar?
Violent as ever.
Good to hear it. So what are you doing in this neck of the galaxy?
My people have sent this ship on a mission to take over this world. By abducting cows and injecting them with DNA mutagens, we have been creating an army of immense proportions. Before long, We'll have enough firepower to take this entire planet with ease. We can't let you do that. Tell him, Cthulhu. You're a good guy now.
I'm afraid it's true.
I know. I've been monitoring you. That's why I've brought you here. I've grown tired of the Ultharians' constant warmongering. Lend me your aid in foiling their plans.
I thought you'd never ask. It'll be just like our old college days. Fighting against the establishment, not taking guff from no one.
Indeed. Pause. The alien cat has joined your party. Letting a cat join us now? What next?
I am an Ultharian, not a cat. I have certain special powers that will involve me using the wrong voice while reading this dialogue.
I've never seen a cat do that.
Not a cat. Stop it, guys. Pause is not a cat. He's a big kitty.
You haven't changed a bit. In order to stop the Ultharians from conquering this planet, we'll need to make it to the bridge. There are a series of electrical force fields we'll need to deactivate. Follow my lead. Follow the kitty. Only 4 characters can be in your comic group at once. To change your elected group with, use the party command. Keep in mind, characters who are not in the active group will still gain experience. Yay! Life is good. Why did you have to say that? Why did you do that, Crazy North? You cursed us. Alright, I do like being able to swap the party on the fly. I wonder why no one else has noticed the spaceship out on the rancher. Well, that's easy to explain. This ship has a cloaking device that's only disabled when we activate the tractor beam. Cloaking device? Tractor beam? Forget about it. We can use these warp floors to teleport back to the planet. When you're ready to return to the space champ... Ah! This does feel very Genesis of a game, doesn't it? Bridge! That is a bovinator. Hopes to rule California one day. Oh my god. So, the Unite attack for Cthulhu and Pause is Tentacles, target self. That's it. That's the ability. Invaders. Speeds up as its allies perish. UFO. Too small to abduct anyone. And Starfish. Craves praise. Apparently Pause is also a healer. Basically making him a Yumi that's a cat. Best, better in every way. Nesting dolls. They are the future of gaming. Brain squid. Squishy and gooey all over. Oh, wow. Yeah, I assumed that was a loot box reference. I could be wrong. Wouldn't be the first time. Is it sad that my favorite walk animation so far is the sword? Yeah, I was talking about that recently, Mr. Ed. I believe that was actually yesterday. They'll always come up with something worse. Loot boxes weren't the first or the last thing we've had to deal with. Oh my god, Woo. Yeah, well, first it was mods at all. Or not mods, sorry. I guess DLC. And that quickly gave rise to microtransactions. Horse armor. That quickly gave rise to pay-to-win microtransactions, which got even worse. Doesn't she already know Flood? Yeah, then we got to loot boxes. Then we got to, like, what I can only refer to as the predatory stuff. They started really manipulating people. Alright, then there's the battle pass. That's a load of garbage. Yeah, pretty much bridge. Yeah, then there's the forever game concept. At least the game flat out told me I have to backtrack there. Oh my gosh, yes, +1 to hit on the sword? Hell, on anyone, really. I mean, that's kind of where we're at now, is that people have... Our standards have lowered so much that I've seen people defend... What the hell? Made in China. I've seen people defend games because they only have non-mandatory microtransactions or purely cosmetic microtransactions, which is pathetic, I think is the word I want to go for there. That's how bad it's gotten, that is now considered good. Monstrosity. Even the other monsters don't like him. Aww. Is that a ball of yarn? Anyways. Maybe that's where they came from, the Yarn planet. Speaking as someone who is very pro Microsoft acquisition of Act Blizzard, yeah, I don't get that attitude either, Melkaiser. I mean, honestly, if anything even comes of that, I'll eat my hat for everyone. The FTC is just doing their job, which is trying to make themselves look like they're actually doing their job. Which is their job, of course. It is a nice hat. It'll be a damn shame. I was gonna get more treasure, but then I realized I'd have to go and actually loot things. This is the ship's bridge. With just a few button presses, we can save the world. Not so fast. It's pause instead of pause. Another kitty. Pause, my evil one-eyed twin. I never thought you'd stoop to working with humans. Oh, hi, Cthulhu. Long time no see.
Hey.
Associating with these humans has taught me there's more to life than subjugating planets. But we just met a few minutes ago. Foolish twin! You always were the soft one. It's time to teach you a lesson. I will not lose to the likes of you. It's pause. Oh, wow. He lost his eye in a tragic space blimp accident. Says it there. So okay. An extra MP after victory, yes, please. Farewell, evil twin with bad eye. No! Now all I have to do is push a few buttons and a spaceship will be ours. Don't worry about that, I already took care of it. What did you do? I pressed the big red button. Wasn't that right? That was the self-destruct button, you idiot.
Everybody out of the spaceship!
Cthulhu and his group escaped the ship just as it crashed into the river below.
Well, we may have lost a nifty spaceship, but I saved the world, just like the game's title said I would.
He gained 50 hero points, but he's still not a true hero.
What? I saved the world!
Only once, though. Come back after you saved it multiple times.
I'm starting to dislike you, narrator.
Hey, look, the ship has blocked the river. We're creating a new path for us to take. I guess crashing this spaceship was a good thing after all. Instead of having, I don't know, an airship. I doubt it, but sure, Crazy Nurse, we'll try it. You never know. Listen, when you want to self-destruct the ship, you don't want to have to fumble around for the key and the ignition and just, oh my god, I gotta get the passcode in. It's a whole thing. It's a scream cone. Also, ape doctors are highly specialized veterinarians. That's a good question, Trihexia. We've only got 189 encounters left. I do love how Cthulhu's portrait is just him glaring, by the way. Look at him. Ugh.
How convenient the spaceship crashed in just the precisely right spot to block the river and let us progress.
Indeed. It's like something out of a video game. Oh, we've got a fortress town thing? Spironites, not just palette swapped, honest. You know, I'm starting to not believe you there, narrator. Cthulhu and his party enter the city of Kingsport. And are greeted with a shocking sight. The city is filled with the sick and diseased. What happened here? The terrible disease broke out a week ago. Men, women, children, none are spared. Work in Kingsport has come to a halt. Even the port has closed down. The few healthy people remaining take care of the sick as best they can, until they catch the disease as well. You're a port city. Of course you have a plague. Cthulhu, we have to do something.
Let's look around town. Maybe we can find a clue as to how the disease can be reversed.
I'm guessing right now it's going to involve a dungeon and a boss. Please leave. There's a horrible disease going on. I hate for more people to catch it. Welcome to Kingsport. What is this music? My hair hurts. Somebody make it stop. Ever since the first reported case of the disease occurred at my bar, even my best customers have stopped coming here. Oh my god, you're right. We're a gumshoe. Forgive me. But, let's deal with this problem, shall we? Shrine to the southeast is said to contain a pool of magical healing water that can cure many illnesses. Many adventurers have set off to obtain it, but none have returned. Where did I drop my grocery list? Keep drinking and drinking, but I'm still thirsty. What's happened to me? Yeah, that could have been a lot of different things, honestly. Try talking to the man, but he's so racked with disease he doesn't respond. Old man Docker went to the water shrine to the southeast. He said the shrine holds the cure to the disease that's hurting so many people. I wish the three heroes of goodly justice were here to brave the water shrine, retrieve the sacred water, and save us all, but they're busy chasing after the 7 crystals of ultimate life. Evening, Fife. My mama went to get me some medicine, and she's dead. Building is for sailors only. Aww. Yeah, sometimes you need local heroes. Everyone misunderstands the value of the level 2s and level 3s. Sorry, my crew's all sick. I can't set sail till someone finds a cure for that blasted disease that's affecting people over in Kingsport, just south of here. Take a left at the next exit. Make sure to hit I-85. Go south from there. If you hit a McDonald's, you've gone too far. Upon entering the water shrine, you discover an old man.
Hey, old man.
Welcome, welcome. Docker's the name. I'm too old to be real, but I'm glad to be here to meet you.
Who is this guy?
Docker's the name.
Yeah, I heard you.
You're off your rocker. Aye, the brain's a wee bit addled from the years. Brain spleen. Could it be the fabled giver of gifts? No, it can't be. But maybe, yes. I'm glad you came. Deep within this shrine is a pool of magical water. It's essential to get for some reason. I'm not sure why. To help the sick people in Kingsport? No, that's not it. Something about sick people in Kingsport.
This old man is hopeless, but he has a magic staff, so he must be good for something. Join my party.
Well, I like parties. We don't have much time. We must find the magic pool before more die. It's a freaking thing we showed up, Docker. Your offensive capabilities are minimal. You wouldn't be able to defeat the monsters here at the water shrine by yourself. This old man has a few secrets up his sleeve. Santa for sure. Yep, it's Santa. I thought several different ways to handle the water rising and lowering of this dungeon, but in the end, the simple solution we went with was to create 2 maps for each section. One with water, one without. Yeah, that's what I would have done too. Live tile altering is possible, but ultimately probably more work than it's actually worth. In here. Okay, there we go. 25. 25 battles for this dungeon. Uh-oh, it's no 2 kills are the same. And the octopus wants to date a kraken someday. That's pretty gross. Probably Dakota. Just put all the chests underwater. Cooler than his mud-based brethren, it's Aquahand. That is a Dragon Quest reference, if you didn't catch that. Good morning, Spartan. Well, so far, it's insert that astronaut meme, Spartan. Always was. Except instead of a regular bullet, it shoots an insanity bullet. So, you're insane now? Dark mirror. Breaking this mirror gives good luck. Sweet. Yeah, how could you even tell the difference if I went insane? And of course, they put the switches in completely other rooms so that they can have a transition and not have to actually animate the water leaving the dungeon. Oops. Of course, I then go the wrong way, because I'm stupid. Oh, they totally do, Dakota. I like how Pause just has all the same abilities that frickin' Cthulhu does, except for heals. Although those heals are nice. The fact that he has a regen alone is great. He's pretty much got a permanent slot in my party because he has a regen. Evil Snowman. Never give a snowman an evil magic hat. And it's Pegevils? Pegevils? I don't know what those are. Oh, evil. Oh my god. Of course they're evil penguins. I just realized I never said hi to Javan. Hi, Javan. Now that Javan's gone. Now change your name to Javan immediately. Because no one can pronounce that name. Except for you, of course, because you've pronounced it to me, and I have failed to replicate it. So clearly I can assume that everyone in the world cannot pronounce it. I mean, you would have to ask Javan. I do not know how to pronounce it. I have lost the memory of it. He has pronounced it for me before. Oh, I assumed you're asking me because, you know, I'm the only one who could say it out loud. I mean, we did change Nyarlathotep's name to be Bob, just to make things simpler. Yeah, it's pronounced exactly like it's written. And before you ask, no, it's not Asoje. Or Asohe. I'm just going to give that away. Listen, we all know Eldritch Beings' power comes from their names. So if we just force their names to be Bob, all that power bleeds out, and we're good. I'm going to assume some of these abilities are upgrades from previous abilities, because they have the same names, and I don't have a comparison for the stats handy. But we keep being like, hey, you got this ability that you've already had for a while, and it's like, okay, that's strange. Yeah, we'll do that. A little lower damage, but... Unicorns came from beyond the stars via a mystic rainbow. Oh, sorry, Unizorns. Oh my god, they're Unizorns. Yeah, Mono Regen is just too good. That is Rainbow Eyes, the subject of many a love ballad. Are you sure? Hey, Malachor. Holy Blade. we had actually hit our battles cap, because we've been a while without a battle. But nope. Always thirsty, never satisfied. Yeah, that sounds about right. Oh, that's another thing. This game, I'm probably wrong about this, but it sounds a lot like it's using straight-up MIDIs, which is probably why they can't loop and why they keep, you know, restarting every time we enter and exit combat. It also sounds like a MIDI. Like, just the sound file sounds like one. It's not a dig, by the way, just commentary. I mean, the score on the screen is accurate. Yeah, this game was made in a cave with a box of scraps. I do wonder how large the development team is. I'll actually glance at the credits when we get there, because I am curious. If I were guessing, I'd say this is made by 3 people. Counting QA testers, which of course count, because QA testing is a critical and valuable part of the experience and development cycle. Anybody who thinks otherwise is a freaking moron. Yeah, I would say 5 is the cap, but I'm probably wrong, because I'm always a little off about stuff like that. We'll see. Assuming we beat this game. Holmes was you. I mean, if you told me this was made by 100 Man Studio, I'd just be like, yeah. Because at that point, it's just made by Ubisoft. Right? Alright, boss time. One of the screenshots we released for the game, a Shoggoth in a swamp, actually can't actually occur in the finished version of the game, since the only place you find a Shoggoth is here. A pool of magic healing water. I'll just scoop a bit into these water bottles. A Shoggoth crawls out of the pool. Ah! The Shoggoth leaps at Uni. No!
Not on my watch! No one lays a finger on my groupies!
You saved me.
By the time I'm through with this Shoggoth, there won't be left to traumatize a toddler!
Interesting looking thing. Call him Shoggy. Oh, excuse me. Okay. That's what an insane Shoggoth looks like. Vomiting. You know, I don't like to be vindictive or bitter or, you know, anything like that, but yeah, I kind of wish, I kind of hope that Skull and Bones just crashes and burns so hard. Screw that game. But screw the... What are we up to? Like 8 years now of it being a frickin' scam? Something like that. Yeah, it's a quadruple A game. It's a hat. Milady. Star Citizen's interesting because Star Citizen is either a scam or legendarily bad management. And actually, by all accounts, near as I can tell, Star Citizen is actually the latter, not the former. By contrast, Skull and Bones, and you'll forgive me for not knowing full details because I haven't looked into this in a while, was literally ripping money out of people, out of governmental like subsidies and programs for being in development for years and years and years. That's why I say it's actually straight up a scam, or at least it was a scam. Because they were just using it as a way to be like, oh yeah, no, we're totally making this thing that fulfills your requirements for giving us these government grants, essentially. And they made money off of not developing the game. Let's do... With the Shoggoth defeated, Cthulhu... I'm sorry, hang on, gotta get the hat back on. With the Shoggoth defeated, Cthulhu and his party filled their bodies with the magic healing water, and headed back to Kingsport. Drink up! Here you go. Everyone's been healed. Cthulhu saved the day yet again. 100 hero points, but he's not yet a true hero.
Ah, there is no pleasing you.
Thanks to your efforts, the port is back in operation. You can journey to the north now. Also, you have a bit of magic water left. You gained 5 potions. Thank you again for saving me from that awful Shoggoth.
Think nothing of it. I couldn't let my #1 fan get Shoggothed after all. Besides, you have a certain oominess to you I wouldn't be able to find elsewhere.
Thank you. Methinks Umi's crush may no longer be unrequited.
Shut up, swordsman.
I don't know what's happening, but I don't care. Onward to adventure. To the port. I love sailing, the smell of sea, the roll of the waves. So very sick. How does a sword get seasick? I don't know. And you don't get motion sickness while you're slicing? That's strange. A seasoned warrior never loses his lunch on the battlefield. Listen, Crazy Norse. Let's just not think about it. Well, if it isn't Cthulhu and his crew, now that my crew has all recovered, I'd be happy to take you across the sea. Cthulhu and his party of brave adventurers take a short, uneventful sea voyage to the north. What strange new adventures await them in this new land? Apparently more brothels. The end. That would have been funny, actually. The eyes are purely ornamental. The warlocks are great jugglers. And apparently snake people. Who knew? And looks like our next dungeon is a volcano. The deep horse writes existential poetry in its spare time. Welcome to Al Hazred. Oh my god. Al Hazred. Al Hazred. Oh, excuse me. Allergy season. Our poor little town is in dire danger. The volcano to the west. Yeah, the volcano's gonna erupt. Everyone's gonna die. Sorry to hear it, better knock next time. Actually, the volcano's inactive. No, the danger's the horrible demonic dragon that's in the volcano. Demon dragons? Now that's something I can deal with. Leave it to me! You look powerful. Won't you please travel to the volcano to the west and defeat the monsters within and save our poor town? Save a town? That sounds like the sort of thing a true hero would do. Sure thing. I got your back, fam. I mean, a little bit, Triaxia, but that's okay. He's Cthulhu. He sort of deserves it. Think about it. Well, you see, Javan, all his powers were sealed away, and he cannot destroy the entire universe and eat the dreams of the dead living until he becomes a true hero. Have you come to our humble church to pray for salvation? No, not really. I just like to go around towns and talk to everyone. Force a habit. Okay. The old man is deep in prayer. It would be best not to disturb him. Hey, man, wake up! I said don't disturb him. Dude, I'm Cthulhu. I don't take orders from disembodied narrators. I know the threat of volcanic annihilation has everyone worried, but do not fear. Trust in God and we'll be spared. Oh, and yawned. Oh my gosh. Is the volcano going to destroy our town? Yes, dear. The volcano will burn you all to a crisp. Wah, Cthulhu. I mean, don't worry. I will travel to the volcano and put an end to this fiery threat. Thank you, mister. A lot of fire damage stuff here. Yeah, notice I didn't do that, Crazy Norse. That feels like a trap. I'm very disappointed none of the mom and pop shops have been selling upgrades for my alien. I mean, right now he has a force field, but surely we've got better than that, right?
I sense a dark power dwells within this volcano. Probably a demon or a dragon. Maybe a demon dragon.
Those poor villagers are in danger. We must save them.
Looks like it's up to Cthulhu to save the day yet again.
Ooh, new song. $35 battles for this zone. Oh god, we're gonna be here in a minute. Alright, let's talk about Star Trek. Star Trek sucks. Okay, let's talk about Star Wars. Star Wars sucks. Let's see what else. Oh yeah, Warcraft sucks. Primarch does not suck. Halo sucks. Star Fox sucks. Stargate sucks. Mobich sucks. Mario sucks. Only Warhammer avoids the suckitude. Yeah, anything with star in the name sucks. Hellhounds picks on his wimpy brother, the Heckhound. Whoops. I've never even heard of it, Roman Cure, no. Sorry, you don't suck, Star Wars, but Star Wars sucks. Ugh. Awful. Well, we got a flame sword, which I am also not going to be equipping. I'm in a fire dungeon, Blade to Fall. When sleeping makes for a good hang glider. Salamanders are highly proficient at shoot 'em up. I don't get that. Okay, that's a good one, Blake Ball. Listen, I'm not racist against fire swords. A lot of my good friends are fire swords, okay? That is a weird thought, Melkaiser. Although that would make Varant even longer. Oh, actually, they don't exist anymore, do they? Never mind. Hang on, so what's the oldest still active... Another Fireblade. Oldest still active MMO company. See, I was thinking NCSoft because Guild Wars 1. I have no idea, Noctis. No, exactly, Crazy Norse. Exactly. Because, like, I could say Turbine, because, you know, there are several Turbine-made MMOs that are still going, but Turbine doesn't exist anymore. Turbine was consumed. somebody. I can't even remember who right now. Ah! Thank you, Trikaji. Well, EverQuest is a game, not a company, Fife. Which brings us back to our earlier point. No, it's fine, Fife. But yeah, Varant got eaten. I was pretty sure about this, and I was right. Varant got eaten by Sony, and then Sony restructured the company into Daybreak. So that's actually 3 steps for EverQuest, which is still going. But again, Varant doesn't exist anymore. So yeah, I think you're right, Von Falkenstein. I think NCSoft is currently the king. No, otherwise Square Enix wouldn't count Pillars of Snow. Oh. I'm sorry, Javan. What MMO has Sega put out? Oh, PSO. Oh. Hey, Junk Garage. Thank you very, very much for the sub, as always. Give me a second. We'll put that towards Cyberpunk, Star Trek Resurgence, and STO. I am assuming, based on context clues, that PSO is still going. Wow. I'll be shocked, but I believe you. I never actually played Phantasy Star Online. It was one of the ones that slipped under the radar when I was actually playing every MMO. Possibly the only one? I'd have to think about that. I have a list in front of me. Yeah, I remember I never had a Dreamcast. The only Dreamcast games I ever played were at a friend's house. Is Phantasy Star good? Interesting question. Raptors, surprisingly adept at opening doors. Why are there so many frickin' dinosaurs in here? The best thing I'll say about Phantasy Star 1 is it was surprisingly not bad. Now, that sounds like an insult, but I don't mean it as one. It was surprisingly not bad. Well, we're working on that, Cashel, don't you worry. Yeah, it was a decent first game. Make of that what you will. I'm going to assume you meant Lovecraft and not Lorecraft, because if Lorecraft is canon to Conan, then I have done something extremely wrong. Oh, yeah, no, that sounds sabotagey, Crazy Norse. You mentioned before that PS2 was a significant game. Do you mind clarifying why? I have no idea, Malkaiser. I have deliberately stayed out of Conan lore for a long time. T-Rex, not as strong as the Z-Rex. That I might equip. I mean, it wouldn't surprise me if something like, say, Star Ocean was inspired by Phantasy Star. Although my biggest complaint with Star Ocean was and always will be the fact that it wasn't sci-fi enough. For those of you not familiar with Star Ocean is like, hey, we're in a spaceship in a science fiction setting. Oh no, the spaceship crashed, and now it's a typical fantasy RPG. It's like, but even Star Ocean 3, which, enough said, kind of had the same problem. I don't know if 4, 5, 6, 8, 15, or 37 had the same problem, because Star Ocean 3 was the hard nope moment for me for that series. If anybody knows. Wait, so you're saying PS2 is secretly Final Fantasy VII? I always knew. A little bit, yeah, actually, Melkaiser. Although less giant mechas, and less sand ships, and less technology in general. And less overt religious symbolism. That people... you know what, I'm gonna shut up. I'm gonna embarrass myself here for a moment. I don't remember the lore of Phantasy Star 1. There's a floating city thing. I really do feel embarrassed. I don't remember that at all. I mean, I'll take ownership of that job, and I should remember the story of that game, and I don't. So I don't have anything to defend myself with there. Nice. Another permanent stat up. I wonder if we'll even see a Z-Rex at some point. Oh my god, we've almost maxed out our battles in this stupid dungeon. I haven't done that in a minute. Of course, stuff in here hurts, so... Right. That Z gives it, like, triple stats, though. Oh yeah, and it's a palette swap, because of course it is. What is this, Earthbound Noctis? So now we can hear this song. Side grade. Also, a new upgrade for the alien cat in a random volcano. Well, the thing we just got rid of was an energy ray gun thing. We were originally intending to have the volcano dungeon start at the summit, and work its way down. But the dragon fighting atop a volcano reference was too hard to resist. Plus, it was a lot easier on the world map to have a cave at the base of the volcano than at the summit. Our band of adventurers approached the summit of a volcano. So where's the monster? A dragon bursts out of the lava.
Whoa! Don't worry, I'll handle this.
He looks so small. We should probably help him. Let's go. Ember approaches. Ember doesn't look very different while being insane. It's not just a dragon, it's a demon dragon. 14,000. Sorry, building up my combo meter here, don't mind me. Oh, Cthulhu's dead. That should do it. Yeah, no. Abilities are actually upgrading. I thought so. That's funny, Crazy Horse. Now, I'm going to ask you a very stupid system. Very stupid question. On what system was it released in the United States?
I give up, don't kill me. Cthulhu triumphs again.
Cthulhu saved the villagers from the demon dragon Ember. Cthulhu gains 150 hero points. Almost a true hero.
Almost? Didn't you see how I schooled that dragon?
I thought you were awesome.
Thanks. Dragon, I will only spare you on one condition. Become my loyal follower.
Beats death. I accept. With Ember on your team, you can better explore the world around you. Just press left control at any time on the world map to fly into the air. Now we can fly anywhere we want. I recommend we travel to Innsmouth, a dark town full of cultists. There's bound to be heroic deeds to be done there.
Ah, good old Innsmouth. Home of many of my most loyal followers.
Innsmouth is on a small island to the west coast between Miskatonic and Dunwich. Whee! Hello, Yara. How ye be? Well, I guess this is the freedom moment. Yeah, we can just fly over anything here. I feel so free. Liberated! Sorry. I kinda wish I had, you know, a map or something.
Ah, Innsmouth. Home away from home, where everyone's rude and surly all the time. It's good to be back. It's getting late. We should find a place to stay. Good thinking. No stay at Innsmouth would be complete without a stay at the Innsmouth Inn.
This is Innsmouth.
We don't take kindly to outsiders here. Finish your business quickly and leave.
For the longest time, this town was called Cult Town. The connection between Cult Town and Innsmouth was obvious, but I didn't stumble upon it until after we'd already been working on the game for several months. Using Innsmouth let us do the parody of the famous inn scene in The Shadow over Innsmouth, so that's a plus as well. Well, no, I guess my point is... I never mind, Crazy Horse. Ignore me. Nice place. All this flame stuff. That is really expensive. It's expensive. No, I don't know what Sega consoles came out in the West, is the simplest way to put that. So in my head, it's all just a big jumble. I tend to call it the Genesis, but I am aware of the fact that when I say Genesis, I mean 3 separate consoles. So I have no idea which one's which. I kind of don't care. So that's why I was asking, what did PS2 actually come out on in the States? Was which Genesis, right? Like, my knowledge of Sega consoles codifies a little bit when we get to the Saturn. Because I actually looked into the Saturn. That's a fascinating console, let me tell you. And of course, I never even had the Dreamcast. Yeah, the Sega Master System, the Sega Game... I remember the Game Gear. The Genesis, the Saturn, the Dreamcast. I feel like there is another one there. And I'm not going to talk about the add-ons, because the add-ons were just... Oh, hey. They sell a freaking lightsaber hilt here. Well, that's the other thing. And again, I'm probably wrong about this, but I thought there was stuff that was never even released out here in the States, which is why I phrased my question the way I did. See, all you're doing is proving my point. Hey, Ember can't equip a gear. That's interesting. This is how ignorant I am of the Genesis, or excuse me, of Sega in general. So shall it remain forever. Nice lady. The door is locked. You can hear scratching noise inside, as if a wild animal was trying to get out. Yep, there are no other consoles other than the PlayStation. None at all. Well, visit Lord Cthulhu. Let me show you your room.
Thank you.
Cthulhu and his party are getting some much needed rest. When suddenly, the villagers attack. Oh, God!
What?
idiots! I was having a dream about taking over the world!
The villagers have been thoroughly thwacked.
How dare you break into my room? You're only supposed to do that with outsiders.
My apologies, Lord Cthulhu, but Lord Dagon told us to attack everyone who came to Innsmouth, even your lordship.
Dagon trying to take over my cult? The nerve! I'd better pay old Dagon a little visit to the Marsh Gold Foundry.
Where's the foundry? Lord Dagon can be found in the deepest part of the factory in the east part of town. I'll tell the guards to get out of your way. Thanks. Can I have the heal and save? Thank you. Let's go kill Lord Dagon of the 6th house. Everyone's will goes up by 10 points for resisting the nauseating stench of fish. I mean, if you listen to the internet, I hate every game, Crazy Norse, so what the hell do I know? "35 battles for here." Medusa head, not the ugliest body part. Deep one has always secretly hated you. You can tell a lot about a person based on their blood type. No, you can't. For example, I have B positive blood. I'm a really energetic person. What kind of blood do you have, Cthulhu?
Ink!
Ink? I'm not sure what personality ink goes with. Uranium blood here. Acid. Is there anybody here with normal blood? Oh, I forgot. Pain. What I feel when I bleed in the dark recesses of my soul. I linger for the light, but yearn for the darkness. Ah! I mean, yeah, this sounds like a really typical JRPG party, and that's probably sad, and I probably don't care. Oh, it's an Innsmouthian. They have a dapper coat. Don't forget to take the trash out. I mean, I was about to say the sentence that I couldn't think of anything more ridiculous than hating someone for their blood. And then I thought about that sentence for 5 seconds. What is a Ixlax? Oh, it's a distant relative of the demon bat. And they have a cute little Cthulhu effigy. Aww. Ugh, don't even get me started on vampires. Those guys are, like, you know we talk about snobby people? Vampires are the snobbiest of the snobs. Film snobs. And, like, cooking snobs. They got nothing on vampires. No, I mean in real life, Dragon Player. Hey, King DB3. Hopefully a good connoisseur, King DB3. Listen, it's fine, Crazy Norse, it's fine. I mean, it's not like they're saying that, It's not like they're saying that the only people who are not racist are the evil ones, because the evil ones don't care what you're from. Well, there's the good guys have biases all out the wazoo. That would be crazy, and has never been done in fiction before, ever. Also, yeah, I do think there's a little bit of technology equals bad bias that goes into that. Because that's a really common trope in fiction. Like, really, really common. I mean, that's been common since at least the 30s, but probably longer than that. But it also had a resurgence, some of you may remember, back in the 90s. And 80s, but the 90s was the big one I was aware of, because there was this really big get back to nature movement in the 90s, at least here in the States. Which is some of the dumbest nonsense I've ever heard of, for reasons I'm not even going to go into, because it's so stupid that I have trouble explaining how stupid it is. It's like trying to explain to someone how stupid it is to think that the Earth is flat. It's like, no. You're dumb. And there's no further dialogue to be said there, because it's just that stupid, right? I mean, yeah, honestly, Crazy Norse. As I am most fond of saying, no, I like indoor plumbing, thanks. Yeah, only someone who is dishonorable would fight you with a sword. Ooh, an antimatter claw. Cool with that. I think about it, it's a really Roman way of thinking, isn't it? Using tactics and strategy in battle? Dishonorable. Charging at your enemy face first? Honorable. That would be funny, Blade Duel. Alright, time to attack. Ah! Yeah, I can see that. The Romans had the hard stats to just push. Ow. That's just every single priest there casting Hurt All. I mean, the Light Brigade prom is awesome, but that's neither here nor there. That is possible, King 83. Can someone type exclamation mark next for me really quickly? Please. I need to check something. I was asked to put a game off until Monday, so we might rejigger the schedule a little bit to accommodate that. Let's see, so Shadows Over Loathing. I guess we could push Kojin forward. Although I may be stuck in this game for forever, so who knows. Let's do this. Oh, it was the right way. Yay. I'm actually aware of that remake because I've played it, Shadow Machine. And yeah, it actually does things like adds mechanics and like has more depth to it than a puddle. No offense to Oregon Trail or Oregon Trail. But they're not very in-depth games, you know. Oh man, I can't wait for the WoW run, Malkaiser. Now, what I can't wait for real, well, I mean, is the WoW run. But what's going to irritate me is when I review the WoW, and WoW is going to beat FF14 on score, and then everyone's going to hate me for it. Well, I'm not arguing that, Javan. I'm just pointing out that the remake of Oregon Trail that came out just a few years ago, again, has actual game mechanics to it. Like, there's an inventory management system, and you have to repair your... keep your cart repaired, otherwise you'll lose supplies. There's, like, actual routing and paths you can take, and a whole lot more mini-games. Like, it's a game. It's an actual game. I don't have a better way to say that. I recommend it, if you get a hold of it. Not the Oregano Trail. I've never played that. I have played Oregon Trail, though. Ow. Nah, don't put it on the list. I'm not even sure if it's on PC. I played it on the phone. Originally, we were planning on having two endings be separate, but after all the narrative wall breaking we had done earlier, I thought it'd be more elegant to have the evil ending occur and then get rewritten. The evil ending was by far the more popular based on feedback we've gotten from fans, but still, I'm glad we went the traditional happy ending as well, if no other reason that it led us to the sequel. Cthulhu in Space, the unnecessary sequel. You have found Dagon. Dagon, who do you... I'm sorry, Dagon! Who do you think you are, stealing my cultists? Too dry today. I'm having trouble doing voices. Hello, Cthulhu. Or should I say, Cthulhu the hero. Blah. You used to be one of the great old ones. Now you're nothing but a lapdog of the humans. Steal your cultists? You don't deserve cultists.
That's not true. That's impossible. I deserve cultists. Tell him, Yumi.
Well, you are a pretty swell guy. Do swell guys get cultists?
Poor Cthulhu. Let me put you out of your misery.
Oh, geez, deep ones. Okay. God, I don't know my healer. Well, this should be interesting. I didn't hear that notification. At least if it did, it was really quiet. Either way, thank you, Melkor Blade, very much. It means you're going to get something really good, like cheesecake today, and it's going to be awesome. Or a cannoli. You should get a cannoli today, Melkor Blade.
Delicious cheesecake.
Sorry. Chocolate chip pudding pie. I don't know what that is, but I want that in my life now.
How can this be?
Dagon has been destroyed. Cthulhu gains 500 hero points. A light appears above Cthulhu.
What is happening?
Cthulhu has become a true hero. Cthulhu's stats increased by 50. Oh no. Is Cthulhu going to devour the world now? All that work for naught. I like cheesecake. See? Hang on. Let me write down the donation from Melkor Blade. Whoops. Rails in the sky block. Nothing. He's kind of worthless to go to. That's why I've been using him. Rayman, Legends, yeah, Prince of Persia, Lost Crown. And happy birthday, Melkor Blade. Now get cheesecake or something. Power rushes into Cthulhu. I believe in you, Cthulhu. I love you. Everyone's now insane. Game over. Return of Cthulhu. Wait, what? You don't want Cthulhu to destroy the world? That'd be ridiculous. That's what Cthulhu does. He brings insanity to the world and eats his followers. Haven't you read the books? Fine, have it your way. I'll rewind and give you a super happy ending. Goodbye, artistic integrity. Goodbye, any last vestige of adhering to the source material.
Yes, I am a true hero. I could reclaim my forbidden power and destroy the world, but I choose not to. My adventures have taught me the power of love, friendship, and heroism.
I love you, Cthulhu.
I love you too.
Bleh. Enough of this. There will be no super happy ending. A mysterious voice begins to speak. Foolish Cthulhu, you have betrayed your destiny in vain. Arise, great relay of... I don't know. And from the bottom of the sea, the lost city of Rylea rises. Before long, the inhabitants of this place will swarm over this land, bringing death and insanity to all.
Not if I get to them first.
Yes, by all means, come to Rylea. Be a hero. Die a hero. The fight will be difficult, but together we will succeed. I've always wondered if it is Rylea. Finally, a real challenge. It all comes down to this. Lead the way.
It's Cthulhu time.
Come to Rylea, if you dare. Yep, let's go to Rylea, shall we? Finally, time to explore Bruglaridu. The cliffs look strangely familiar. No, it's Rylea, obviously. Man, I love when Cthulhu's all over the place. Although, that actually sounds kind of gross when you think about it.
This is it! No.
At one point in development, we were going to fill the final dungeon with tentacles that appeared on the walls and blocked off your path. This proved more difficult than we expected, so we did a more traditional dungeon instead. Aww. $50 battles. Oh my god. Okay. Okay. A lot of statues of some weird squid person here. Deeper Night cosplays as the Grim Reaper on Halloween. Deeper One hails from the Marianas Trench. I mean, it came out later, King Deity 3, so that makes a lot of sense. I should mention this is not the last dungeon, so I'm not going to cut off the guessing game yet. Yeah, bridge. It is certainly an interesting game, Yura. Although, I've been thinking about it. There's a very good chance this game will score better on the gameplay axis than the story one. Which sounds weird, but the more I think about that, the more that makes sense, Bridge. There are absolutely huge swaths of nothing in between story sequences. And yeah, the story that's there is not much. There's a joke, and then you move on to the next joke, and that's kind of it. The bridge segments in Read Liu were included to give a sense of the humongous scale of the place, without requiring us to actually make a humongous dungeon. Yeah, story's fine. It has made me laugh more than once. I have engaged in jocularity. Relicarian, who are an experts at pronunciation. This is a better love story than Twilight. And I mean that without hesitation. Yeah, so how many of you have seen, I think it's called Night at the Roxbury? It's a movie. I'm sorry, but it really did just jump to mind immediately, Bridge. Sorry. There we go, Bridge. Let me make sure that's the one I'm thinking of. Hang on. Night at the Roxbury. Yep, nope, that's the movie. So, the reason I'm bringing up Night at the Roxbury, and I have to be very clear about this, is because the movie kinda sucks. Which I suppose is irrelevant, so I don't know why I mentioned that. The relevant part is Night at the Roxbury is one gag stretched out into an entire movie. And if that sounds familiar, then you're paying attention. It's a shame almost none of these little developer commentary things talk about the narrative process here. Mega Octopus, the envy of all cephalopods. Dark Bishops leads a choir group every Sunday. I mean, yeah, Javin, that's pretty much exactly what I mean. In fact, Could someone do me a huge favor? And tell me, what are the last, say, 5 games we've played in order, please? Can I say hi to Colgrim? Hi, Colgrim. Bridge. I know it's this crazy idea of this mythic website, but if, Bridge, if there is such a thing... Ooh, Chaos Blade. No, I think that was the poison effect, Quota. Oh, it's your blade, apparently. Oxygen not included. Wargroove. Squadrons. Ruiner. And this one. Maneater is the one weird one that's out of that list. So that's 5 out of 6 games in a row where the story has clearly been like this vestigial thing tacked on after the fact. That's true. If we go back to Invisible Ink, that number goes up to 6 out of 7 games. Mark of the Ninja is when that trend is finally broken. Sure. Teeth chew. Can't bite without injuring itself. Oh my god. Yeah, and then we go right back to Ultimate Admiral Dreadnoughts with a total absence of story. No, Dakota. It had negative 9,999 will, but not really anything else. Wildermyth had a story? You know what this is, right? I spent so much time complaining last year about having to cover games with bad gameplay and emphasis on story that this is the universe correcting itself. Yeah, I was gonna say, what's next? Can someone type exclamation next, too? Because I'm curious what of the upcoming games will have any kind of story focus. Bridge. So we've got Shadows Over Loathing. I mean, that'll be all story, I think. That'll be a joke story, but it'll still be a story. Although, actually, West Over Loathing had surprisingly good gameplay, so maybe not. Tinykin, I don't know what that is. Kojin, I don't know what that is. And then, yeah, Starfield, which is probably going to have a garbage story because it's a Bethesda game. And then Pokemon Arceus. So, yeah. And then, of course, we'll be following all of that up with Patchwalker. A.K.A. what? Gameplay? Nah, brah. Here's some cutscenes. I would say yes, Yura. Absolutely. Yeah, Starfield, we'll get there. We'll get there. Yeah, we do, Blade Cheval. That's true. I forgot about that. Patchwalker, so the way we do MMO coverage now is we do one big stream, no, 5. We do one big stream when the MMO comes out, right? And then we wait until the next expansion comes out. And once the next expansion is out, we go ahead and cover all of the content that came out in patches across the expansion. And we're dead. Wow. Fine, I'll use mana. Or just... okay. More mana usage. No, I did not, Melkor Blade. The Metroid games will probably do pretty solidly on story. Most of them, anyways. You do not want to find one of these in your motel. Yeah? Jesus Christ. Okay. And we're dead. Wow! Okay. Just suddenly, hey, screw you. Problem is, we're getting really low on mana. Other M will probably be one of the only Metroid games that is a net negative on story. Even Metroid 1 will probably just kind of come out to be neutral. Well, the problem is, I haven't been A-moving these fights. I know it's hard to see, but I've actually been using strategy per fight based on what I'm fighting and how much I'm fighting. The problem is, look at Ember's mana. Because that's been a linchpin of my strategy for pretty much this entire dungeon. You'll notice it's at 10, and for perspective, that takes 15. So I've had to just kind of stop, and it's very noticeable that Ember is no longer... Like, I can't lean on Ember anymore. So, to my knowledge, ethers don't exist as a concept in this game. There's just beat the battle quickly to gain mana back. Or find a save spot. Oh, speaking of which. Time to sport. Okay, now we can escape at will because we can teleport anywhere instantly. We just have to start over. Although, you know what I should do? Damn it, Shovin. Yeah, these things just hit like that truck. Everything here just hits really, really hard. That's what I was just thinking. So, 37. Let's save. Oh god, I don't know where the dungeon is we were just at. Oh, it's right here. Okay, so... Hang on. So was it 37? Yep, it's still at 37. Cool. So we do have that option if it comes down to it. So we're not going to get soft locked. We just might have to do a bunch of backtracking. Or we could run into a safe slot right there. The final battle with the 3 generic heroes was added at the last minute. Originally I was going to scale their stats to make them an appropriate challenge, but I decided it'd be funnier just keep them at the same level of power they are at the beginning of the game. Plus it gives the player some perspective on how much powerful they've grown by this stage. Stop right there, fiend! We have gathered the 7 holy crystals and have the power to stop you. Raising real air to the surface, how predictable. Your evil stops here. Wait, he's a good guy. We're the heroes.
Ah, don't bother. The only thing these guys will listen to is a swift kick to the head.
Okay. So I'm gonna go like full tilt on you here. If that's cool. Cool.
That was surprisingly easy. Easy indeed. We can't afford to be distracted. We must press on!
Now we got our mana back. Go back to this combo. Still have 35 battles left. Jesus. That's a good question, Melkorblade. If I actually say to someone, hey, this game's better than Breath of Fire 3, I think they might actually kill me. And I'm no stranger to death threats in my job. Yeah, no, this has less bad in it. That's how the system works. I don't want to get ranty, but most people I know, when they're doing a review, they either don't mention the bad, or they mention the bad and then they immediately move on to be like, all right, so focus on the good. And so their review consists solely of the good. So, like, for example, if we just basically tallied up positives, so how much story and how much gameplay positives you had, the review system would look extremely different, and that should sound familiar, because that's what most reviewers do. Like, even more in-depth reviewers, not professional reviewers. Yep, exactly, Malcolm. This game has great music. Okay, does it have any good story or gameplay? No, it's got great music. I actually had people defending Quest 64 using that exact same logic. Quest 64, for those of you who don't remember, got 0 positives. Total. Ever. And by God, I stand behind that. Jesus, these things have hell. I've noticed that too, King DD3. Another defense I tend to get. In fact, I had one recently. It was actually someone who popped into stream, said something to this effect, and then immediately left stream. And I forget the exact phrasing, forgive me. Bridge. But they said something to the effect of, wow, imagine reviewing a game from the modern era, or a game from the 90s from the perspective of the modern era. What kind of nonsense is that? Which, if you know anything about me, is exactly what I do. Bridge. I'm a little tired of the first 10 seconds of this song, I'm not gonna lie. I think it's the strings. Yeah, that's another thing I get all the time, Jovan. And, you know, and I mean this with legitimate sincerity. If people would just admit that they like a game and therefore don't like when I give it bad scores, I would have more respect for them. You know? Just admit it. Just admit it. It's cool. Accept it. Yeah, that's right. I only like and play older games. Please ignore all those modern games I like and play. I mean, I have gotten a couple of people over the years who just straight up say, yeah, no, I like this game, and that's why I don't like giving negatives. It's like, you know what? Cool. Cool. Thank you for being honest about that. I'll never forgive the pretentious one. That was the best one. For those of you not familiar with the exact content of that comment. Hang on. Let's let this play for a second while I look up the exact wording on this, because this was great. This channel, referring to me, used to be cool, but now this pretentious prick keeps complaining about controls in a 10-year-old game. Actually, no, Yura, there are no sound. Like, I can turn it off, but that's it. I love that comment. I have eaten that comment because that is such a great comment. And the more you unpack it, yeah, that was a real comment. And the more you zoom in the camera on that comment, the less sense it makes. I gotta look. Jeez, I didn't even kill him. Let's try another one of these. Ooh, God, they hurt. I mean, yeah, apparently 10 years ago, it was acceptable to have bad controls in a game. Who knew? One of my friends put it best. Oh, right, I forgot that they hadn't invented good controls until 2014. God, these things have a lot of health. Ah. That's true, Noctis. I do apologize. Wait, no, I don't. Screw you, Noctis! Wait, no, I don't mean that either. There has to be some kind of middle ground. I've got it! I will continue ranting about things that are bad, but I'll put on a hat. It's the Grim Reaper. His brother is cheerful. I'm gonna treat you like a boss, because you have a crap ton of health. Oof. Okay. Yeah, say my name. Unfortunately, I don't have my monocle anymore. Sadness. And yes, I'm aware that idiots have ruined a perfectly good hat style for people, and I don't care. Screw them. Yeah, no, I was one of the very few things that my mother raised me right about, in my opinion. Is that she taught me at a very young age to not really give a damn what other people think about me in terms of fashion, specifically. So, you know, I wear what I want to. I wear what I like to wear, or what is comfy, or what looks good to me, right? Now, obviously, I care about what I look like to some people. I don't want to walk out in a string bikini. But you get the general idea. So I learned that particular lesson at a pretty young age. That should be obvious. I wear a suit and tie while I stream. Oh, you're getting your bikini stream. And that bikini stream is free, but the bleach you gotta pay for. No, I'm with you, Javan. Like, that's why I say I was fortunate that I learned that at a young age. Because, yeah, most people reach that point at some point or another. Bridge. Let's see here. Maybe it should only count if we go under a bridge, because that was the big thing, right? Oops. Bridge. See, that counts. Bridge. problem is those damn priests chain cast hurdle. And that, well, hurts. I know. It's right there on the tin. It makes sense, right? Oh, another bridge. Bridge! In hindsight, several of the dungeons are too long in their current state. I agree with that. If we had to do it over again, we would shorten some and add more varieties to others. Okay, does that mean that there's more to this dungeon? Oh god, it does. Oh, Jesus, okay. It's okay. In 19 battles, we don't have to worry about random encounters. Which we might not even hit. I mean, I do get it. I have designed many things in my life where I look back and I'm like, why did I do it that way? That's true, Star Wars. For example, let's see. What's the most obvious, ridiculous example of terrible fiction, or terrible costume I can think of in fiction? Like, truly terrible costume. No, I can think of so much worse than Lulu. Like, that's like middle ground. TOS did have some interesting outfits. But yeah, I think we could go further down than TOS. It's probably anime. Let's just be honest with ourselves. It's probably some anime somewhere. Bridge. Another thing I've been doing is I've been bouncing back and forth between having the secondary damage being done by Sharp or Ember in order to vary up who's getting mana back, since I only get so much mana back per turn, but I want to keep doing AoE damage regardless, so having two AoEers enables me to go ahead and try and rotate that and keep the AoE damage flowing. The factory must flow, as the saying goes. Which, over here. You approach the giant golem, Cthulhu.
No mere golem is going to conquer the world without my permission. For the sake of the world, we must win.
Cthulhu leaps into action. Cthulhu? I still don't have my healer. It just occurred to me. I'm actually pretty impressed by the kit in this game. There's a good array of buffs, debuffs, combo abilities, combo finishers. And of course you can choose what your build is as you're going. It's not true build gameplay, but it's like leaning in that direction. It's kind of better than it has any real right to be, you know? So, like, for example, what I'm doing right now is I set up Rain of Fire, which does damage every turn, regardless. So it's a fire and forget. I'm then going to do Fragile to lower his defenses. He has an ability going called Combo Master, so every turn his combo count goes up by 4. Just for being there. Again, a passive fire and forget. Then we're going to go ahead and raise his strength, because he's going to be the one delivering the final blow here. Now, Ember doesn't really do anything for bosses. He's kind of here to kill trash. So we're just going to use him to build combo. Oof. No, agreed, Javan. Absolutely. We're going to go ahead and just build combo for a bit. I want you to now get dot on the enemy. I want you to start really getting that combo up there. So we're up to 6,000. A little higher. That should do it. And voila. I know I'm blazing through these, but I should mention I am actually thinking about most of the fights, especially the boss fights. And that's more than I can say for a lot of JRPGs. I've also been thinking about this whole... Ooh, yes, definitely buff the plague ability. The whole combo system as I've been grabbing abilities, because I have several combo establishers and amongst some party members, and several combo finishers amongst other ones. We can get Nuke with a 3-turn delay. Let's do that just to show that off. Holy crap. We'll have to redo our party, though. We deactivated the Cthulhu. Better than I expected, yes. Where are we? Welcome to my domain. Come to me if you dare. Final dungeon. So if you haven't gotten your guesses in, this is a good time to do that.
This is it! Time for the final battle!
Well, technically it's not the final battle since there's that super secret boss.
Shush! That's a secret!
Oh yeah, let's listen to the song for a sec. Good idea. No, Yura, I would not. Better OST than Ruiner. Well... Yeah, I found out recently that Ruiner's soundtrack was actually licensed. It's why the VOD for Ruiner took so long to get up, because it got copy-wronged to hell and back. Now, the good news is I didn't get any actual strikes, but holy crap. I have to scroll and scroll to go through the list of all the copywrongs that particular game, that particular VOD got. Hey, Radisvik. I think that was the full loop right there. Agree with Javan completely. You want to walk into Babylon 5 clean. I mean it. Thank you, Radisvik, for 2 years of support. Much appreciated. So let's put that towards the BRPG block, Zelda block, and Deus Ex Revision. You got it. Oh my goodness. Please go watch the RFF2 video, Radisvik. Go watch the movie we put together. You don't have to. It's okay. Go watch it. All right. We'll do the rest of that in a minute. The inspiration for the look of this final map of the game was taken mostly from the Moon Dungeon at the end of a certain iconic RPG that's been remade and ported approximately 285 times. Yeah, I'd buy that. What voice was I using for him? I can't remember what voice I used for Azathoth. Oh well. I'm the one who knows the vastness of space. I was there when you crawled out of the ocean for the first time, an old one, an embryo. Your power is not compared to mine. Now die for your insolence. Azathoth approaches. Let's do this. Leroy. Let's see what Nuke does. Let's do that first. Poison is apparently percentage damage because he just took a 1,000 poison hit. Let's use this nuke. Nuke will strike the enemy in 2 turns. Yeah, poison works on the final boss. Holy crap. Oops, hang on. Azathoth is insane. There was the satellite beam, so there was Nuke, which does 1,200 damage. That's it? Real? Whatever, I suppose. Azathoth performs Swallow. Cthulhu is defeated. The boss just has a kill ability. And he's dead. Okay. You have done the unthinkable. You have slain Azathoth. Cthulhu has saved the world. Which world? All of them! The last reunion is held in captivity. The world is at peace. Many months pass, and now, behold the dawn of a new day. The final day.
Goodbye. I'll never forget all of you.
It is time to go. Cthulhu begins to board the newly repaired spaceship. Behind him, a lovely maiden weeps. Cthulhu turns back and stretches out his hand.
Come with me, Yumi. The sex is gonna be great.
Be sure to save your game and records in the Necronomicon. Save your victory, yes. Vanquisher of Azathoth, champion level 38. Order of 65,400... no. 654,514 gold. Oh, we didn't give me the bromides. Aw. Okay, what do we got? Cthulhu's Angels. Only use one character at a time. Experience gain increased dramatically. Level up to level 40 in a single battle. Perfect for messing around or reliving the story. What is this? October was a necromancer. This wasn't by choice, mind you. Her parents had been necromancers. Their parents had been necromancers. She's pretty sure their parents had been necromancers as well. October learned their spells and incantations like a dutiful child, but her heart wasn't into it. She had no desire to raise the dead and terrorize the living. She just wanted a quiet life, doing what she thought was right. Of course, no one believed her. As soon as the people discovered she was a necromancer, they would scorn and fear her. Wherever a misfortune befell someone in town, October would be the one who was blamed. Although October moved from place to place in hopes of escaping her heritage, eventually she would be found out and forced to move once more to escape persecution. When October was feeling especially down, she would go to the beach and gaze at the endless waves. There was no pain, there was no fear, just the rhythmic melodies of nature. It was during one of these beach reveries that October discovered a device that would change her life forever. It was a strange disc lying on the beach. It's a holographic communicator device, or HCD. A holographic image of Cthulhu appeared. Eep! A holographic image of Cthulhu has appeared.
Fear not, child. I am indeed the Dark Lord Cthulhu, but I have turned over a new leaf. I wish to save the world now, not destroy it.
Okay, yes.
Yes, I wish to save the world. Unfortunately, my power's been drained away, so I need your help. Will you be my emissary of heroics to the world? Will you save the world on my behalf?
People think I'm evil just because I'm a necromancer. They think that you're evil just because you're a hideous octopus demon man who drives people insane with your mere presence. They're wrong about you, and they'll be wrong about me, and you, and me, and you. Yes, I will become a hero on your behalf and prove to the world you shouldn't judge books by covers.
Excellent! I mean, thank you. It's dangerous to go alone. Take this.
Thanks, but that's not enough to buy a cheap weapon, much less save the world.
Curse you, inflation! Since the sum of my treasury is insufficient, you must find allies to join you on your righteous quest. But make sure to check the allies you recruit on all hot chicks, otherwise I won't be able to call you my angels. That's a bizarre and sexist request, but I'll do my best. Hark! My Cthulhu senses tingling. There's a hot chick in the vicinity. Find her, convince her to join our quest.
Is this the same game? Because it looks like the same game. That woman is being attacked by monsters. From the look of her attire, she's a healer, which means she probably can't win the battle by herself. I must save her. What? Thanks for rescuing me. I was exploring... That's a new person. I was exploring these beach caves with my companions when I got separated from them. I hesitate to think what would have happened to me if you hadn't shown up. Don't mention it. I know it sounds crazy, but would you like to join my quest to save the world on behalf of Cthulhu? I know, he's a bad guy, rap thing, but he's nice. He's a squid. Don't be absurd. Cthulhu is the embodiment of pure chaos. I couldn't possibly work for him. I guess I'll leave you here to be eaten by the other slime monsters. Eep! Don't take this the wrong way. Could I just join up here a little bit? Just until I find my companions. Okay. Elona Lena tries to join your party, but her name is too long to fit in the status box. What just happened? You must be using one of those horrid little retro RPG engines. Not me. Nothing but the best in 3D polygon rendering technology for this sexy body. But I suppose if I'm going to receive your help, I have to do. You can call me Elona. Elona Lena becomes Elona. Since my companions aren't here on the beach, they must be on the caves. Let's go. How exactly did you get separated from your companions? I fell off a bridge. Stop it. Bridge. Okay, so... I'm not playing through the entire game again. I'm sorry. I get that the dialogue's different, and that's neat, but I'm not playing through the entire game again. Looks like the level cap is 40, if I were to guess there. Don't mistake me, I'm glad that Charlie's Angels exist. Or, excuse me, Cthulhu's Angels exist, but, Oh my god! Oh god! What have I done? People not even in my party are getting experience. Ah! I want you to imagine all of these people out in their various spots in the world just suddenly, I'm level 40. Huh? What? Ember in the volcano. Those slimes were so full of experience that they spread that experience into complete global saturation. Alright. I'm going to AFK very quickly, then we're going to do the audit. Jeez. You haven't got your guess in. I sure hope you're doing it right this second. Oh yeah, can we see the credits? So special thanks can mean anything, but I saw 3 developers up top. I'm guessing these are playtesters and, well, people who showed interest in the game. One of those devs was the composer, by the way. Like, just by himself. What is Soulcaster? Robert Boyd, William Steinberg, and Gordon McNeil. There's your devs. I guess I could have muted the sound effects. But yeah, we were on quiet the whole time, by the way. That's not obvious. Hi, Tara. The moment I put this hat on, the world was saved. Do me a favor. Look up how much each of the Breath of Fire scored, please. Just curious. So negative 93, negative 103, and 27. This is definitely going to beat 1 and 2. Will it actually push past Breath of Fire 3? I'm glad Ross isn't here to hear that. My goodness. Or Savacom. I would be truly doomed. I did, Tara. The staff looks cool. I like it. Well, I believe this is the first one we've scored under the new system, Trihexia, so whatever this is, will technically establish the average. By default, as the saying goes. I know, Melkaiser, it's gonna be terrible. Was Skyborn an RPG Maker? Can someone check that for me, please? Because I don't remember off the top of my head. Oh, what do you know? There you go. Our average score right now for an RPG Maker game is 5.75. Which, yeah, that tracks. I am glad that you're enjoying it, Spartan. I mean, I'm not going to watch it, because Season 1, need I say more. Plus, it's not like I have time to watch stuff anyways. But I'm glad you're liking it. Yeah, sorry, I'm still doing the audit. I'm almost done. I'm up to the O's. Sin's mouth. That's it. That's funny. Yeah, no, I'm actually with Javan on that. Speaking of someone who's not a big Halo fan, I would still say that if you're going to have Master Chief take off his helmet, you make it a big deal, right? You don't just be like, oh, hey, here it is, wonk. So anywho, Cthulhu saves the world. Net +7 to story. That's 1.13 positives per hour and a 100% ratio. Mostly because there just wasn't enough story to really do anything with it. That puts it well below the average for the story score that RPGs tend to get, which is closer to about 20. Story density, well, I already told you that, and story ratio is whatever. Alright, speaking of which, I need to pull up the guessing game. Nope, that's not the guessing game. There's the guessing game. There's the guessing game. One moment, please. Pancakes, we're gonna have to have a word. You still haven't picked two other things, Pancakes. I'm going to invalidate your guess unless you add two more things to that list right now. You have until I finish listing out the golden number. Gameplay. Actually, surprisingly good. It got a net +7 to gameplay, which doesn't sound like a lot, and it kind of isn't, but if you look at it in terms of just the RPGs we've covered, that actually puts it solidly ahead of the curve. The average gameplay score, counting everything we've covered so far, is actually 0 when it comes to RPGs. Make of that what you will. That's, again, 1.13 positives per hour, and a gameplay ratio of 70%, which is decent. Giving us our final golden number of... drumroll, please. No, you do it, Pancakes. Go. Go edit it right now. Go, go, go. I ain't doing your job for you. So, Breath of Fire 3 got a 27.96. Dragon Age 2 got a 31. Cthulhu Saves the World gets a 32.24. And yes, Pancakes ones, which I actually kind of already gave away. So, you can take that to the bank. This game, overall, is better than Dragon Age 2. What do you mean, where do you go? You put your guess in, so you know where to go to put your guess in, Pancakes. Yeah, ironically, that's extremely not true if Act 3 exists. If you remember, Dragon Age 2 without Act 3 got like a 90-something. So... But Act 3 does exist, so here we are. Yeah, I'm looking at the RPG averages. They're actually pretty low. In fact, 32 is honestly about an average score for RPGs. We have a lot of negatives and a lot of low numbers here. We also have some really good highs. In fact, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 games above 200. Diablo 3, Mass Effect 2, Dragon Age Origins, Oblivion, Divinity Original Sin 2, and Baldur's Gate 3. We also have 2 additional games above 100, Earthbound and Lufia 2. But then the number just kind of starts to do that pretty quickly. Ladies and gentlemen, this was Cthulhu Saves the World. I'm going to have a late start because I am not feeling super great here. You know, that's true, Playtable. But I will probably go ahead and start, what is it, West of Loathing? No, Shadows Over Loathing. We'll probably start that up today. I'll see you next time, guys.